Good morning. It is August 8th, 2023. Today we're going to actually do another me over a reaction video. And we're going to do, of course, Asmon, because I don't really know any other channels that do video game stuff reaction videos. Or I'm not aware of any other channels. You know, I don't do a whole lot of reaction videos, or I mean, I don't watch a whole lot of reaction video channels that I know I can do reactions on. So if you know one, if you can recommend a channel, or if you think you know a channel that I should be doing reaction videos that they do reactions on, let me know down in the comments, or join our live chat. Would be even better. And pop in, let me know what you think. All right, let's get our first video, and then after that we're going to take a break after we do our first reaction video, and then jump back into Oxygen Not Included. So let me switch our stuff over here into the browser page, and let me just switch this to the proper window. Let's see. This one. Oh, is that the right one? All right, looks like the right one. Oh, let me turn the audio on before I forget to do that. And make sure I've got ducking enabled, so if I speak while the others are speaking, it turns their audio down. And let's get started. So this first video is going to be Asmon talking about might play Baldur's Gate 3.
I feel like, how up is it that I forgot what the term feature complete was? It's been so long since a game has come out and that term has been used on it. I forgot that even existed. What is that? So 3,000 years ago, all right?
I cannot begin to tell you how...
Yeah, really. It's been a while. Well, I mean, some games come out feature complete. They're usually the indie games, though, like the not super AAA studio games. Usually the AAA studio games are the ones that rush something out to get out on their promised date because their advertisers want their product, and their shareholders and all that crap. They want their product out on a specific date so they know when to trade stocks and do investment bullshit. And that's really the problem with these AAA studios releasing games that aren't feature complete. Well, that, and the other problem is that they want to sell you shit that they should have had in the original game after the game's been, even though they charge you full game price right off the bat. They want to sell you more shit that should have been in that full game price to begin with. That's what my main problem is with those games.
Happy I am to see Larian Studios succeed with the critical and commercial hit that is Baldur's Gate 3. The user score on Metacritic is maintaining its overwhelmingly positive score. If you go to Metacritic, while we haven't seen more critic reviews to give us a better picture for what the Metascore will be like, I'd be surprised if the game didn't maintain a high Metascore. And the Metacritic user score is still maintaining itself at a 9.3, this time from 446 ratings.
Well, there's also like no there's like, so remember when I was talking to you guys about like protest reviews? Where like people review a game,
I don't remember that.
And like, no, this is the worst game.
I don't watch your show quite often enough to know everything you say.
I hate this piece of shit. I hate that the old game used to be so much better. The new games are not good. The old ones are way better. Game sucks. It's a 0. Right? This is, I mean, truthfully, this is a protest review. This is not a serious review. It's not like a, you know, it's, I wouldn't take, Diablo 4 had a lot of these, for example. And I wouldn't take these reviews that seriously, but I think Baldur's Gate gets the opposite. Baldur's Gate is going to get people that are going to rate it really highly because they just support the, like what it represents. You know?
I want to see something. Is this ducking actually applying to the video, or is it only happening in my headphones? in my headphones. Nope, that was too fast. I've gotta go back and play my headphones. Let me sorry. This might be weird with the repeat fast.
They're happy that a game gets released.
I've gotta go back and
it's a full game
play my headphones.
and there's no microtransactions.
This might
That
be
just
weird
makes
with
people happy,
the
period,
repeat
so they're
fast.
gonna vote it up based off of just that.
Before, the user score was at a 9.3 from 150 ratings, and then beyond that, the game is selling gangbusters based on the peak concurrent players.
Nuts.
And before, the user score was at a 9.3 from 150 ratings, and then beyond that, the game is selling gangbusters based on the peak concurrent players.
Nuts.
And before, the user score was at
Yeah, seems to be only in my headphones. Well, so much for that. Well.
The fact that it keeps going up every day. On launch day, August 3rd, the peak was roughly at 470,000 players, and then that became 600,000 players on August 4th, yesterday, and then today, on August 5th, the game has peaked at over 700,000 players.
Yeah, it's gone up a lot during the weekend, and I think I think it probably will go down. Dude, if it goes up again on Monday, what the fuck?
This is also good news.
I would bet on
up.
that not happening.
Good to hear.
But if it does, oh my god, I should just play it just based off of that.
Is massive. And keep in mind that the game isn't even out on PlayStation 5 yet, and the Xbox version is set to arrive sometime in 2024 is the prediction. The game isn't even out on consoles, and it's pulling numbers like these. Larian Studios is flying. Word is spreading about just how content-rich and feature-complete this game is. It's insane just how much content.
I'm biased, totally biased here, but I wish all games would do that. Come out on PC first and then consoles, instead of being console exclusive and then coming out on PC. I fucking hate that, especially Spider-Man games, because they take forever to come to PC. Basically any Sony exclusive, it takes forever, like a freaking year or more to come out on PC. I hate that shit. Like maybe a month, 2 months, but a year? Come on, give me a break.
I forgot what the word feature, I forgot that term, feature complete. I'm gonna be real. I haven't heard that term since like 2005. Do y'all remember that? Whenever people would say shit like that, feature complete? Damn, when was the last time I heard of a game being feature complete?
I haven't heard that term used in a long time.
In what little of the map I've experienced.
Not to say that the games don't come out feature complete anymore, because some do. A lot of them don't, but some do.
Baldur's Gate 3 just feels like a video game in its purest form. No monetization, no exploitation, no artificial elements to try to keep...
I think that the monetization and stuff like that, like battle passes, etc., you know, I mean, like, it's a live service game with some of these things, and so, like, I understand it. But, like, you could make an argument that, like, that kind of shit is, it is immersion breaking. It is. Whenever you get these pop-ups, spend money on the game. Like, it makes it no longer a transcendent experience.
I don't think that's the big problem with microtransactions. At least not for me. For me, the big problem with microtransactions is that, and this is mostly with you know, like, high-dollar games like Diablo 4 or... you know, games that charge you $60, $70+ for the game to begin with. And then on top of that, they got to tack on all these fucking microtransactions. That's like getting a kick in the dick. I don't get it, man. You've already charged me like full game. I should have access to everything priced for the game. And then you want me to pay more for additional stuff on top of that? I mean, that's okay if you want to, you know, charge like $5 for a cosmetic item, you know, something that's, you know, like if I like this character in a movie and then you release a costume for my character in the game that's that movie and I want that look on my character, sure, fine, go ahead and do that. But then you have these games like, what the hell is the name of that game? Is that Triple E or whatever it is, exploration, conquering the world, you know, that, why can't I think of the name? I'm going to have to open my Steam. What the hell is it called? It's all right. Give me a minute. I'll be right back with you. Because this one's a huge example of doing shit like that. Where basically what they'll do is they'll release the game And then like every 6 months to a year, they'll release an additional portion of the game and charge you like another 20 fucking dollars, even though they already charged you $60 to begin with for the game. What was it called? And it's not even that good of a game, but it's got a big like fan base, customer base. Where the hell is it? I made the mistake of spending like $100 on this crap too, because it had like 20 of the DLCs included with it. Not X4. Is it? Damn it. Stellaris. There it is. Stellaris. That fucking game. And it's not, I mean, it's like a really basic ass game. They charge you $60 just for the base game and then $20 to $30 for every DLC. And there's like 500 fucking DLCs for this game. I'll never make that mistake again. If I see a game that has 30 plus DLCs, $20 a piece, never buying that game. Oh, and Sims 4, they do that shit too.
In the same way that playing something like Dark Souls or playing, an old game or playing, Baldur's Gate 3 is. I think it's a big deal.
You engage or whatever. It just feels like the goal of the game was to maximize the fun and the immersion and the narrative and just bring out the best of Baldur's Gate and what makes Dungeons and Dragons special. Every bit of dialogue is well written, voiced, and all of it feels very cinematically presented. The gameplay, the way...
And that's a big draw for me. Having a lot of voice lines, because I don't like fucking reading quest lines. Like when I see... Like and this is when, even though I played World of Warcraft for years, I would not read all that fucking dialogue. I started reading it for like the first month or two. I was reading it just to see if I was like needing that for specific information in lore. And then I was just, I don't want to read all this shit, because it turned out it was never worthwhile. But if it's voice dialogue, then you get the information that you need. You get more engaged. You get more involved in the game. You get more information about what's going on, because you don't have to read this text. It's in a voice that actually emphasizes what's important instead of just reading. Because you don't get the tone and the I forget my vocabulary is terrible. You don't get the emphasis on words that you get when someone's speaking when you're reading something. So that's a huge draw for me. I really like it when they voice instead of making you read shit.
Way it's basically adapted the 5th edition D&D system 1-to-1 and how addictive the combat is. I mean, every aspect of this game just shines, and it looks fantastic to boot. I'm not saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is the only game that is massive and consumer-friendly and just rich in its content and substance, but there's just something about Baldur's...
I think...
It's not the only game, but it's getting rarer. It's getting much, much rarer for game companies to actually give you a game where they charge you full game price for it, and they actually give you a whole game. Like, this was my big fucking gripe with Diablo 4, is that game isn't $60, it's fucking $70. An additional $10, a full price plus 10 game, and it's like an hour's worth of gameplay over and over. Okay, now granted, if you want to continue doing that same gameplay loop over and over again for thousands of hours so you can get better gear to do the same gameplay loop with the same monsters that have higher stats, sure, it's got more than an hour's worth of gameplay, but it's a fucking hour's worth of gameplay plus maybe an hour's worth, not even an hour's worth of fucking cinematics. Like, there's 5 cutscenes in that game, and okay, probably more than 5, but it's less than an hour's worth of cinematics and maybe an hour, 2 hours worth of actual gameplay loop. Because all you do in that game is you go out and you smash your character into a pile of demons. And granted, you do that in a large map, and there's maybe 10 different types of enemy, but it's a very limited gameplay loop. And they could have charged like $30 would have been a reasonable price for that game. But they charge you 70. And it's a super fucking limited game. There's just not much there. There's not. Even if you look at all the gear that you get, the only difference between one piece of gear and another piece of gear is the stat rolls that you get on it in most cases. It's ridiculous how much they charge for that fucking game. I hate it. I wish I could have gotten a refund, but I played it for more than an hour, so I can't get a refund on that fucking lemon.
Even if there's not a lot of them, or that there are multiple ones, each one should be acknowledged and appreciated, right? Because yeah, like there are other games that come out that are the same, and like I think they deserve a video too. They deserve people to talk about it too.
Skate 3 that feels really special
Sure.
because it is a true RPG, the likes of which we haven't seen in a very long time, at least not to this degree of scale and richness, complexity, and player agency.
Yeah, I think the last one was, what, Dragon's Breath, or not Dragon's Breath? You know what I'm talking about. It came out like 5-6+ years ago. It's been a while.
And like true role-playing, you know, it feels like going...
Absolutely. I mean, Final Fantasy 16 is also complete. Why did it not receive the same treatment? Dude, I feel like a lot of people said a lot of positive stuff about Final Fantasy 14. I think people were super positive about the game. What do you mean? Yeah, people were massively like happy about it, and also because it was only on PS5. So like, how many people had a chance to be able to play that game? I meant 16. If I said 14.
Yeah, I don't even know which one you're talking about. There's so many fucking Final Fantasy games. I only got into the one that was online, and I played that for like a month before I got sick of it. And yeah, so I was just never a Final Fantasy fan. It was too religious for me.
Final Fantasy 16. Like, how many people can play that game? Like, a lot more people have PCs probably than PS5s.
Back to an old friend, an old genre whose potential has been taken to its current apex. I hope to do a more dedicated video on Baldur's Gate 3 as a video game to talk about all of its merits, but beyond that, for this video, I want to talk about just how based Larian Studios as a developer is. On their official website, they have this FAQ section where they present a number of questions that people might have, and among the ones that they decided to highlight is this one right here. Are there any in-game purchases?
And they said no in-game purchases. Look at that. That is a rarity in today's day and age. And I wouldn't have even been mad if they had cosmetic in-game purchases. I don't care if a game does cosmetic in-game purchases. But if you're going to sell me a fucking game that has less content in it than frickin' Super Mario Brothers when it came out for fucking $20 to $30, way back in the frickin' 80s or 90s, then you don't deserve $70 to begin with, and then on top of that, you're going to charge more for DLCs? You can eat shit, buddy.
I showed this on my
video,
video,
and their response
too.
is just absolutely perfect. No, there are no in-game purchases in our game. We believe in providing a complete and immersive gaming experience without the need for additional purchases. Enjoy the game to its fullest without any additional costs or microtransactions. People have already taken notice of this statement, and it's gone viral. You can tell how much people are clamoring for these types of pure gaming experiences.
Oh, dude, whenever I made the video about this game, where the fuck is it? It got 774,000 views 3 days ago.
It doesn't surprise me.
And people were so positive. They were like super fucking positive. Like my friend Eric, he texted me. He said this. He says, I bought Baldur's Gate 3 mostly in part due to your recent video about the studio and the game. Straight up fucking, he saw the video. He's like, you know what? Yeah, true. Let's get it.
I never watched his other video about Baldur's Gate 3. Sorry, Asmon. I don't watch a lot of your stuff. I'll probably do that more often now that I'm looking for reaction videos, but I haven't watched a lot of your videos. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, That's a huge draw for me. If a game has a lot of content in it and it's a full complete game that justifies the full complete game price, that's a rarity today for some reason.
You know, and he like played Elden Ring. He actually got me to play Dark Souls one time. He was the first one that introduced me to Dark Souls back in the day. And he actually even played WoW before I did. We went to like middle school and high school together and everything. Known him forever. We became friends by competing with each other about who knew more about Lord of the Rings. Neither of us had a girlfriend.
How welcome these kinds of rare breed games are when they do come along.
That's fine. You don't need a girlfriend. People put way too much emphasis on having relations
Along on a AAA scale every once in a while. On some level, it's kind of sad that seeing a statement like this brings me so much joy because back in the good old days, this was just standard,
how it is.
right? Games were much
They
more
were feature
pure
complete.
before corporate greed began to corrupt game design through the mandated implementation of monetization systems or artificial extension of gameplay that make games grindier so that the monetization systems can alleviate those artificially implemented insufferable elements.
Appreciate
There's
what
so
you're
much
doing
focus on live services with
Ruining video
multiple
games for
types of
everybody.
premium currencies meant to confuse customers and meant to get them to spend as much money as possible.
I'm a hot take. I say it before, I say it again. I think that it should be against the law to have premium currencies in games. I think that they only serve to obfuscate the price of things, and they function exclusively to deceive the consumer.
That is true. It's absolutely 100% true. The only purpose for an in-game currency is to disassociate real money from what you're spending in the game. That is the only reason it exists. And the whole reason they do that is so that you're more willing to spend that currency. That is exactly true, and it should be illegal.
And they are actively they are not only not good for the consumer, but they are actively predatory against the consumer. They should not exist in any game for any reason. Everything on a store should be in USD or the current currency. Yeah,
Exactly.
they exclusively exist to obfuscate your spending. In any other situation, this would be illegal, right? Like having something that is part of the buying process that exists as a tool to make it harder for you to understand what you're buying and what you're spending anywhere else it's fucking illegal. I'm amazed that games get away with this.
That's not true. It's not illegal in Disneyland. They have their own currency. And that's in real life. And that's not even in a video game. But it should be illegal for video games to do that shit.
It's only in the gaming industry? Well, it's also in casinos too, but I don't think that's a good frame of reference.
So that they can reasonably obtain the rewards and items that they want or reasonably progress through the game. Even a lot of single-player games that come out in this day and age try to find some
Now,
way
wait
to
a minute.
implement
What do
some
you mean
form.
that's true in casinos? That's not true in casinos. They don't have an in-game currency. They have casino chips, which is not the same thing because those have the actual dollar amount printed directly on the chip, so you know exactly how many dollars you're putting down. The only reason they use chips is because it's easier to handle than paper on the table.
Of microtransactions, with companies calling them time savers when the reality is that they just decided to take out features or content so that players will have to shell additional money on top of the $60 to $70 premium price point.
For a
And these are
DLC
elements that do take
that
you
should
out
have
of the
been
game
in the
that
game
make you
in the
remember
first place.
that this is
This is
a
a video
product
game.
rather than a fully immersive
yeah.
experience. But then a game like Baldur's Gate 3 comes out to remind us just how good we had it before microtransactions were normalized. But at the same time, it's good to see that these
Keep in mind, I always gotta say that there were so many duds back in the day. Oh my god.
There's always duds.
Hey, any King's Quest enjoyers?
Never played it.
Holy fuck, any Dragon Slayer enjoyers?
Seen it, never played it. Even when it
Oh
was in the
my
arcade
God.
in the 90s.
Remember that fucking desert?
I looked at that game and I saw people playing it and I'm like, you get killed just from touching the dragon? It's not even gameplay.
Shitty fucking things, you move around, it hits your toe, your character's dead. Oh, well the dragon's fucking pinky finger didn't even touch your character.
Now, it's weird that he's complaining so much about Dragon Slayer when he promotes games like Elden Ring. Isn't that basically the same thing with better graphics? Oh, the guy touched you with this whoosh that came off of the edge of his sword. You're dead because you didn't jump far enough out of the way. Is that not the same thing, Asmon? With different graphics? Come on. Be fair. That's a little bit hypocritical.
Character, but you're still dead because it's in the hitbox. Oh my god.
Kinds of studios still exist, the ones who prioritize really giving players the most value out of their $60 to $70 purchase as possible. And I commend them for putting this on their website and making an official statement about this, because on some level they're low-key calling out the rest of the industry.
I think this is not low-key, but yeah, you're right.
Third-party publishers and companies who insist on compromises for the sake.
You know, it takes a lot of balls to tell investors, well, I guess, I don't know if Larian sounds like they're an independent company that doesn't do investors and shit like that they have to kowtow to and make their game worse to make their investors happy. And maybe that's why they're able to release a better game that's actually complete and has a lot of stuff in it and is fairly priced, unlike Diablo 4. Which is completely overpriced, almost by more than double, if you ask me. So yeah, I think they should be proud of that, and they should shout it from the fucking rooftops. Hey, we don't have bullshit microtransactions and expensive, overpriced, incomplete games and shit that you have to pay more money for coming down the road that should have been in the fucking game to begin with.
Yeah.
Of profit, who insist on corrupting game design and player experience because there are ways to use the interactive nature of video games to squeeze players and psychologically manipulate them. But a private and independent company like Larian Studios, who are self-published and who are their own bosses, don't have to adhere to those corporate agendas.
And neither do we.
Oh, too true. Gamers, if you're not aware. But the problem really is, it's not so much that gamers can't not buy games that have these bullshit microtransactions. The problem is that a lot of gamers, you're not necessarily aware of the depths of bullshit that you're getting into when you buy a game. And you can't just turn around after you discover them and say, give me my money back. I don't want to play this game anymore and I want my money back because you have all this bullshit in the game that shouldn't have been there and it's not a feature complete game. Even on Steam, if you play the game for more than what, an hour or 2 hours, can't get your money back. And it's not for 2 hours into the game. It's not until you even complete the entire game that you discover, oh, there's limited content, or there's, you know, this game is adding DLCs later on that should have been in the original game, or the price is way higher than it should have been, because you get at least 2 hours of content with almost any game. And you're not going to discover how limited that content was until after that 2 hour mark. So it's not necessarily gamers' fault. You can't turn around and get your money back. You should be able to. If a game is obviously incomplete or being manipulative with monetary microtransaction policies, or adding shit later on that should have been in the game at the beginning that you have to pay additional money for, you don't know that shit until it's too late to get your money back.
If everybody just decided, well, we're not going to buy battle passes anymore.
That I can agree with.
Well,
I've never bought a battle pass except for one time, and I figured out what it was.
And if
I thought
you
it was.
stop buying them,
I thought battle passes were like oh, what the hell was that called? You know that thing where they'll give you DLC, like the first DLC or additional DLCs if you pay like an additional $10 when you buy the game initially. I thought that's what battle passes were, so I bought one, and then I was like, wait a minute, all I'm getting is access to additional cosmetic shit in the game? I'm not buying any fucking battle passes. Fuck that. It's a waste of money.
If enough people stop buying them,
so I don't buy
then
them
it
anymore.
stops happening.
I do not buy battle passes.
But the people are stupid. And that's the problem.
Long as the leader is as passionate about gaming as the community is, the leader of Larian Studios is Sven Vick. who is a gamer and a fan of fantasy and Dungeons and Dragons at heart, you can just see how much fun he's having with the creative process of this game. Like, you don't see freaking Bobby Kotick doing stuff like this, do you? A studio like
I don't really
Larian
pay attention
Studios.
to Bobby Kotick. I know
We won't
Asmon's
make
talked
an
about him
Epstein
in
Island joke.
depth.
Let's move on.
A publisher like Larian Studios is not
Let's move
common
on.
at all in this day and age, and so to see them succeed and to see them have this stance on in-game purchases and to see them just deliver such a pure video game and to see the audience and the people react accordingly by buying this game and enjoying it en masse with concurrent players peaking higher and higher every day, it just warms my heart, and it gives me hope that, you know, more development studios, up-and-comers or established ones, will follow this model and understand
That's the good thing, right? That's the best thing about it, is that whenever you have a
It gives me
game like
hope.
Baldur's Gate that's massively successful, or like Elden Ring, for example, or Vampire Survivors or Halls of Torment, a game like this, that is like an advertisement to the industry. This works. And it says not only does this work, but there is like massive social cachet in this. People will respect you for it. People will care about this.
And this is also why I prefer games from smaller studios, like Oxygen Not Included. It's one of my favorite games. It's been one of my favorite games since it came out, and it's, what, 4 years old now? I still play Oxygen Not Included. For Kerbal Space Program 2, it was, what, $30 for that game? And it's, to me, Kerbal Space Program 2, even though it's still in basically alpha, or I don't know if it's, I guess it's like pre-release, I don't know, I don't remember exactly all the fucking terms for games that haven't officially released yet, but I would much rather spend $30 on Kerbal Space Program 2 than $70 on fucking Diablo 4. Because one, it's much less risk if the game does turn out to suck, which Diablo 4 absolutely did. It turned out, and that's a shit fucking game. It's not worth $30 in my opinion, but I spent $70 on that piece of shit. I played it for 2 days, and I'm never going to play it again. I might jump in once in a while for an hour or two just to see if they've actually added content that makes the game actually a game, rather than just a, you know, repetitive fucking slosh fest where I'm jumping into a pile of demons and killing them just so I can get a slightly better stat on a piece of fucking gear. And then there's, you know, what's the point of even getting the better gear? Oh, so you can fight the final boss. Oh, well, you already fought the final boss in the beginning. All they did was add a different move and make it harder to kill that boss. So you have to have better gear in order to kill that same boss again. That's what the fuck? Add a different boss. Add more content to the game. Put more into it. It requires me to play the game for more than 2 fucking hours to see all the content and all the game, what it's about. Change up the scenery. Change up the frickin' enemies. Do something to where it's not so fucking repetitive and pointless to play your goddamn game. And this is another thing. Diablo 4 is nothing but a new skin on Diablo 3. Diablo 3 already had more to it than Diablo 4 does now. Why didn't you just add a fucking DLC to Diablo 3? Give me a break. There's nothing new about Diablo 4 that wasn't already in Diablo 3. Except for, you know, the look of the enemies. Or the boss fight is a new boss fight. That's a DLC. That's not a new game. That pisses me off when game companies do that shit. They take an old game. And this was true with Assassin's Creed. Oh my god, they repeatedly sold that same game over and over again for fucking a decade. Assassin's Creed, the original game, and then 2 and then 3, they were all the same fucking game with one little piece of DLC content added to it, and they called it a new game. Give me a break. They didn't change the engine, they didn't fix the bugs, they didn't even fix the issues with running up the freaking wall properly. But it's been quite a few years since I've played an Assassin's Creed game, so I might get the new one, maybe.
And it, like Final Fantasy 16 was the same way. There's a lot of games like this. So every time that a game like this succeeds, gamers as a whole succeed.
This model is sorely missed and can be highly successful if you deliver. And what makes Larian Studios even more based is that its CEO has come out to say that it intends to stay private and independent. It intends to not be corrupted by corporations who may be looking to acquire Larian Studios. A few days ago, on August 3rd, 2023, news outlet Bloomberg released an article titled "The Strange Story Behind Baldur's Gate 3, One of the Year's Biggest Releases." Reporter Jason Schreier spoke to Larian Chief Executive Officer, or CEO, Sven Vink. And among the topics that was brought up was a list of potential acquisitions that Microsoft and Xbox were trying to make. I believe this was information that came out as part of their court proceedings with the FTC in regards to the Activision Blizzard acquisition and whether that's anti-competitive or not. Microsoft has this internal mergers and acquisitions consideration list from back in 2021. And you can see that this list included some major players, including Bungie, FromSoft, CD Projekt, Hello Games, IO Interactive.
Which is like, I mean, that's good. Like, Microsoft should be thinking about, like, how can, like, who can we acquire, how can we do it, etc.
I wish they wouldn't, though, because, you know, as soon as they do, they're going to add their fucking microtransaction bullshit. They're going to add their fucking releasing a full-price game that shouldn't be at that price. They're going to add their fucking incomplete game release where they charge you more for DLCs. They're going to do all that bullshit as soon as they fucking acquire the company. Well, the only reason they're doing it is so they can get the additional IP and so that they can, you know, say, ooh, look, we can sell a game that's got all this extra bullshit in it and make even more money off of the game that they released that was actually good.
Tech. And among those listed was none other than Larian Studios, developers of Divinity and Baldur's Gate 3. Jason Schreier brought this up to Vink alongside speculation that an Xbox acquisition of Larian might still be in consideration, to which Vink straight up said, "I'm getting older, but I'm certainly not done yet." He has no plans to sell anytime soon.
Good. Fuck them. Don't sell your company. We need more developers that are independent and willing to not sell out to their freaking shareholders or kowtow to their fucking marketing departments.
Thank God.
A new owner might pressure Larian to maximize profit while curtailing its creative choices.
There'd be no bear sex scene.
So, there was actually a bear sex scene in Baldur's Gate 3. You can actually have a relation with a bear. That's fucking awesome. Totally unique. I love that. No other game does that.
And then
would it really be the same game?
The strength of this company is that I'm very invested in the gameplay, and I also make the ultimate decisions. We can do things in service of the games we're making. That's the thing about Vink. He's not just a businessman who's a CEO. He is a gamer who's a CEO. He values these franchises, these video games, as much as we do, so he puts that passion back into the games and doesn't want that to be corrupted by corporate greed.
Oh, it's a huge difference. Like, you remember back whenever Mike Ybarra took over Blizzard, and then they got rid of all the stupid things that were in Shadowlands, and, like, I think it was BFA or something like that at the time. I don't remember when exactly. Remember whenever he just took over and he was like, yeah, well, you know what? Why do we have the AoE cap? Let's just get rid of it. And then it was gone. Yeah, it was Shadowlands. Yeah, that's what happens whenever you have people that are in decision-making roles that actually fucking use the product. They understand what the problems are. This is why, like I always say, I want to see the developers play their own game. Because I think that if you do see the developers play their own game, so much more makes sense. I'll say again with new...
Well, it's not just the developers playing their own game. I'm sure a lot of developers do play their own game. The problem is that they don't make the decisions. The people playing the game and making it don't get to choose what gets put in the game. That's done by the fucking board of directors or the people in charge of the money or the advertising. Those are the pricks making the decisions on what gets put in the game, and that's why the game has so many bugs and sucks ass and has microtransactions and is incomplete. Those are the fuckers making those decisions.
New World. I think things turned around with New World after they did that developer playthrough of Mirkgard. They did that 10-man developer playthrough of Mirkgard, and then after that, the game started getting better because people could see what the developers were actually doing.
by the pursuit for profit, because for him, that's not the end goal. For him, the end goal is that creative fulfillment and giving players a really special experience through the interactive nature of video games, this very special medium that's so unique that he's also so passionate about. This is a CEO who's also a big fan of the projects that he's undertaking and understands the responsibility that he has to players. And so the top priority for him is to do these games justice, to make the game that is the dream game for him, and in turn the dream game for players, the game that he would want to play and experience and realize. And it's a beautiful thing. It's all too rare. And it pleases me to hear that Vink has no intentions to sell Larian Studios anytime soon, because
why would he?
It is my belief that a game like Baldur's Gate 3 would never be made under a more corporate environment. A game like Baldur's Gate 3 exists because it's a labor of love. It is
I mean, didn't they almost go bankrupt 3 or 4 times, and like people had to cut their salaries and shit? It was bad. Like, this shit almost didn't happen. Like, I think there's definitely, like, there's an element of survivorship bias with this, where, like, we see them succeed, great, but I bet there's tons of people that tried to do this exact same thing and they didn't make it.
Genuine passion project and not just a profit-driven project. Larian Studios being a private and independent company and having a CEO who's essentially like the creative director of its projects and who is creatively invested in these projects, that affords a level of flexibility, a level of passion, and that passion being allowed to shine to its fullest degree that I feel like it's just not possible in another environment where there is a corporate overlord who oversees everything and who wants things done a certain way or by a certain time. Baldur's Gate 3...
I mean, here's the thing, is that I don't... Like,
the
look
corruption
at Nintendo,
of greed.
for example. Nintendo still makes good games. Like, by all measures, it seems like Tears of the Kingdom is pretty great.
Yeah, but
And Breath of
Nintendo
the Wild
also
was
doesn't
pretty
have
great.
the corporate
Pikmin
overlords.
4 is coming out. People like that. People like Pikmin, right? Most of the time,
Plus, the other thing
I think
with
Nintendo
is they have old hardware. They're very limited on what they can do. So if the game isn't good and the quality of the hardware isn't good, nobody's going to buy that shit. So they have to Nintendo actually has to have higher quality games because you're playing on lower quality hardware. So if you don't have that if you don't have that you don't have that higher quality of creativity in your games to make up for the lack of graphics, nobody would buy Nintendo. But Nintendo's survived since the inception of home-based gaming, where you didn't have to go to an arcade. You could play arcade games at home. Nintendo's came out back in those days. And the entire reason that they've been a juggernaut in the industry is because of the higher level of creativity with their games. Not saying that they don't release crappy games, but they do have a whole lot of IP that's got a higher level of creativity in their games, like Mario franchise and Zelda franchise mostly. Those two are the big ones, Mario and Zelda. But if they didn't have those games, IPs, they would fail for sure.
But I think the problem is the focus that they have on 3-month profits, quarterly profits. That is what the problem is. It's not even being a corporation. It's being that kind of a corporation.
Is a product of a studio that could really do whatever they wanted, push their ambitions however far they could, was well managed, unless there's some behind the scenes stuff that I haven't heard about. But given that Baldur's Gate 3 came out the way it did, and given that Vink himself has come out and said that the reason he delayed the console versions was because in part he didn't want his developers, the people working under him, his employees.
Well, the nerds that play this game have a gaming PC, let's just be honest. Bro, the nerds that play Baldur's Gate 3, absolute gaming PC owners.
And his colleagues to crunch. Like, all of that suggests that, Larian Studios is just a gem of a publisher, a company, and development team. Just every aspect of Baldur's Gate 3 was so well handled. From the early access, it is, I think, one of the best uses of early access. They allowed players to play a significant...
Yeah, I forgot it even happened. As I said, like, I didn't even know I had Baldur's Gate. I was like, so, oh, I have the game? What the fuck? I had no clue.
Portion of the game, thereby allowing the community to play test elements and provide feedback that was then used to improve the game. Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't overmarketed, they didn't overpromise too much on anything, and they didn't output these fake, overly decorated trailers. They often just showed the game, its flaws and all. And then at the end of the day, they delivered a massive game full of substantial content with rich RPG systems, with a table.
And it must have been another video I watched that covered all this, but they've got over 100 hours of cinematics, I think. Like over 100 different endings to the game. Like 1,000 hours of voice lines or something like that. Or 1,000 lines of voice acting. Not hours, 1,000 lines of voice acting. And that's more than any other game I've ever played. And I've more than 2 endings in a game. I've almost never seen that. I think I've seen maybe 2, maybe 3 different endings in a game ever. That's ridiculous. Over 100 different endings to the game. That means I'm probably going to want to play it more than once. I just want to check something. So let's go to the store page on Steam here. How much is Baldur's Gate 3? $60. $10 less than Diablo 4. How does Baldur's Gate 3 come out for $10 less than Diablo 4 when Diablo 4 is just a repetitive fucking piece of shit? $10 less. Blizzard. I don't think I'm ever going to buy another fucking Blizzard game after Diablo 4. I mean, $70 fucking dollars for that piece of shit? Give me a break. I'm never, like, not even gonna give them the opportunity to fucking snake me like that again.
Top system fully intact. They didn't rush the console versions out. They didn't pull a Cyberpunk where they shipped completely broken console versions. Instead, they evaluated the situation, realized that they needed to prioritize the PC version and delay the PlayStation 5.
Thank God. So that's what y'all get. The console pussies. Fuck you guys, huh? How does it feel?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's right.
That's a shitty way to treat people.
And the Xbox version
you
they
know
need
what
to
we've been
delay
dealing with
further
for the
because they
past
need
2
extra time
years.
to implement split-screen co-op on Xbox Series S. Nothing about the game feels phoned in or artificially crafted. Everything just feels meticulously handcrafted. Every bit of content feels like it was done with care, and no monetization systems or microtransaction schemes to corrupt the gameplay design. The one thing you might pay extra for is the deluxe edition.
And I saw another video. I can't remember how old it was, but they were talking about how other developers were talking about how this Baldur's Gate 3 shouldn't be looked at as a bar for other games to reach. Fucking eat shit. It's the player that sets the bar of what they expect from a game, not the fucking developer. Developers, they set their own bar, what they're going to give you. And if you don't meet my bar, I decide what I like in a video game, not the developers. So if you can't or choose not to meet that bar, that's your fault, first of all. Secondly, if you don't want to meet my quality standards, then I'm not going to buy your fucking product. Or if I do make the mistake of buying your product, I'm going to keep in mind that you made that piece of shit, and I'm not going to buy another one of your products. Like that's how I feel about Blizzard right now. I am never going to buy another product from Blizzard, at least until I know for a fact that they've met a higher bar. I bought Diablo 4 thinking it's going to be at least as good as Diablo 3, right? No, it wasn't even as good as Diablo 3.
Of the game, so on Steam, that'd be $70.
Let me correct that. It wasn't anywhere at all better than Diablo 3. It was basically just a fucking Diablo 3 clone with less content.
On PlayStation 5, that'd be $80, which comes with a few goodies like the digital original soundtrack, a digital art book, digital character sheets, and some little bits of items and content in the game that are neat little extras, but you're really not missing out on much at all by not purchasing the digital deluxe edition. You can see the details if you go to the Steam page.
Is like shit like this, who cares about shit like this? People care. Like, the problem is that whenever, like, I think that there's just like this obvious fucking line where a game,
and look how nothing in that digital deluxe edition, you're not missing out on anything. in the game. Like there's no additional chapters, there's no additional quests, there's no additional content in the game. It's just bonus shit for people that like that bonus shit. That's how you do editions. That's how you do a deluxe edition. You don't add content. Fucking Blizzard loves to do this shit where you get a special cosmetic in the game. You get a special quest line in the game that's only available if you spent another $20 fucking dollars on a game that was already way overpriced. I mean, the cosmetic shit, fine. You can add cosmetics in the game for a digital deluxe, but don't add any content to the game, like quest lines, story, additional lore, stuff that I want to be part of the game that I play at your ridiculously overpriced price. Stuff that should have been in there to begin with, in an additional higher tier price product.
Game is overly monetized, right? And there's like different levels of it being just blatant and shameless.
And browse through the screenshots. I, for one, personally would have no qualms getting the more expensive edition or paying that extra $10 after the fact just to support the studio because of what a remarkable video game they've constructed here and because of their display of consumer friendliness and not compromising on the integrity of their creativity that is harder and harder to find in the modern day AAA gaming landscape.
If I had some good money, or if I had a lot of money in my account, or if I was making good money, I would totally agree with that. Sure, pay the additional $10 because you want to support the direction of the studio. What they're putting out is better than the shit you're getting from other studios. Pay that additional $10. Totally agree with that if you can afford it.
So just lots of kudos to Larian. Just
True.
big congrats to them on the massive critical and commercial success of this game. Here's
because
to
even with the additional $10, you're not paying any more than you paid for fucking Diablo 4.
whatever may come next for this studio. I wish them all the best. Larian Studios is proving to be the developers that we need, but not the one we deserve. Anyway, that's my take on all of the awesome developments.
People keep buying those fucking battle passes. Oh, I hate these. I hate these so much. Give me the next one.
Baldur's Gate 3. Thank you for tuning in. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on Baldur's Gate 3 and what your experience has been like with the game if you've been checking it out. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time.
All right, that's his video. Young Yeah.
Well,
go to his channel, give him a like if you like this content. You can find his link on Asmon's
I don't know,
link
man.
that I
Maybe
put in
I
the
should
description
start
down
playing
below.
it. Maybe I should try it out. I could do it this week. I kind of want to try it. I mean, it's there. I mean, like maybe at least I'll play it one day, right?
I don't know if I'll be jumping into it this week. I'm kind of wanting to get through. I'm wanting to complete Oxygen Not Included. Love that game, Oxygen Not Included. And Oxygen Not Included isn't a $70 fucking game, and it's got a shitload more content to it than Diablo 4. Oxygen Not Included, I think, was less than fucking $30. Less than half the price of fucking Diablo 4. And it's a shitload better game. Much, much better game than Diablo 4. I'm sure Baldur's Gate is 100 times better than Diablo 4. And it's cheaper than that fucking overpriced piece of crap.
It would be cool if we could play it with like a handful of individuals. You know, how many people you play it with? What's the number? It's 3, right? 4? Okay, it's 4. There's a video. It's a young video.
You can play it with other people too.
Like, really...
Hell, if anybody watches my my stream and you want to join me for when I eventually get around to playing Baldur's Gate 3, let me know down in the comments, because I don't have friends that play video games, so I would love to play with other people.
Like, everybody see that? That's the way everybody fucking feels whenever they're like, yeah, see? Look at this. Uh-huh. That's what I fucking thought. You said it wouldn't work. It's working. Yeah, everybody is so happy about it.
No, see, other people that were saying it's not going to work, or they didn't want it to work, because that means that all the shit that they're putting in their games is actually shit, and people see it and they don't want to spend their money on it, hopefully, and that they can actually get a sense for all the abusive shit that these game companies do to them, putting out fucking crap ass games for extremely high prices, incomplete games that should have had the DLCs initially, and then selling you additional DLCs that should have been in the game for another $20 to $30 fucking dollars a piece, doing that over and over and over again, and then adding microtransactions on top of that for stuff that should be in the game to begin with. You know, cosmetics, sure. Microtransaction the shit out of cosmetics. Other shit, fuck no. Nothing but cosmetics should ever be in a microtransaction.
About this. Thank God. Please make a character. Yeah, I mean, I could play maybe, like, if it was me, it's boring stream content game. I don't know. Like, who cares?
Exactly. I'm streaming my games, stuff I want to watch, the stuff I want to play. I'm not here to play what you want me to play. I'm playing what I want to play, motherfucker.
Like, I don't like boring stream content. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck if the viewers get bored. So what? Like, fuck them. There's gonna be like some guys that watch and they like it, and good for them. Yeah, Diablo 4, we know. Yeah, you know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm bored anyway. Yeah, like, fuck. I mean, you can never... I think that, honestly, I think that's one of the worst things. This is a good video. Give it a like. This is so good. I love this video. Thank fucking God. Who knew that people would like a power...
I'm gonna do that myself. Give the video a like. Yo, yeah.
So this is obviously not a...
Whoops. Oh man, which one was it? Was it this one?
There is no stopping Baldur's Gate 3, ladies and gentlemen. I knew that the game was going to do well, but I did not expect it to pull numbers like these. Critically, almost double that at over 800. Baldur's Gate 3 is just a pure RPG, CRPG experience.
No, I don't think that was it. Was it this one?
I cannot begin to tell you how happy I am to see Larian Studios succeed with the critical and commercial hit that is Baldur's Gate 3. The user score on
we'll
Metacritic
give you a like on both of them. Might as well just give you a like on both, because I don't know which one we actually watched.
There is no stopping Baldur's
There you
Gate
go,
3.
2 likes.
Polish game with no microtransaction. I just like, I feel like, how fucked up is it that I forgot what the term feature complete was? Like, it's been so long since a game has come out and that term has been used on it. I forgot that even existed. What is that? So 3,000 years ago, all right?
Oh man, it started to start the video.
Yeah, it's not
over?
gonna be boring.
No,
It's a new game. You're playing it. No change for it to be boring. I mean, who gives a fuck, man? Yeah, try and make your character. Check out the other characters. That's good. It'll keep your viewers from playing. Who cares? Like, the thing is, that you go back and you look at the D&D campaign, is that so many people watch that. Like, but on Twitch it wasn't popular, right? It's mainly popular on YouTube. That's the kind of stuff that people like to see. And this is really how it is like this is why I think Twitch is dying. It's because people care so much about viewer count that they refuse to play any games that have any lasting value.
Yeah, if that's your massive reason for streaming, if all you care about is viewer count, why the fuck are you streaming? You're just chasing streamer count? Do something that you enjoy and see if people want to watch it. Build a fucking community. You know, I have absolutely no one in my chat right now. I don't stream on Twitch. I'm streaming on fucking YouTube that doesn't even put live shows in the main feed. Like, here, I'll show you. Go to my my feed here. It's got my show just because it's my show and I'm live right now. Nothing live. Absolutely nothing. I could scroll for fucking days and days and days. Absolutely nothing in here live. Like they don't promote live shows at all. Not even a little bit. But I'm streaming on YouTube. One, because YouTube actually treats their partners like human beings. Because they pay more than Twitch or any other platform that I've ever heard of. They pay a much better rate for once you're actually a partner. I'm not anywhere close. I still have to give like over 993 more or 983 more subscribers and 1,000 hours of watch time in a month before I can even be considered a partner. So I got a long ways to go. I definitely have to put a lot more work into it. But, I think the philosophy that I have and the philosophy that I think Asmon has is you put out what you want to do and see if people like it. Now, granted, once I'm making money, I'm going to hire editors that actually can make videos that are more concise and better content than my live shows in a shorter period of time. Because there's going to be periods of time where I'm just sitting here playing a game, not doing anything, not talking to anybody. And that's just how it is when you don't have a huge audience. I mean, eventually I'm going to have an audience and I'm going to be looking at chat whenever there's a gap in time when I'm not talking, and I'm going to be able to respond to shit that they're saying. But there's, at this point when I don't have an audience, there's going to be lots of times where I'm just sitting here playing a game or just staring at a video, not saying anything. Well, probably not, because I always have a lot to say when I'm watching reaction videos. But when I'm playing games, it's just going to be me playing the game, not saying anything until I get an audience. And that's just how it is. And frankly, I'm going to play what I want to play. I'm not going to play shit just to get viewers. Fuck them.
Whereas people only play games that have like that immediate like hook to them that are like interesting to watch, but it's like McDonald's content. I think that's what happens. It's like, or fun. Yeah. People just go and they're like fixated on like the number, like, oh, we've got to do this or do that. And I don't know. I think it's a big problem with the web. Have you cared about that stuff? Of course. Yeah, of course I've cared about it. Yeah, like I'm not trying to act like I'm above this. Like, of course I care about it. But like, I think it's so reductive to the platform. I really do. It's because, and also like the viewers,
I am definitely not interested in what games have the most viewers. Do not give a shit. I'm going to play what's fun to me. If I see a game that has a lot of viewers, I might be interested in seeing if that's a game that I want to play. But I'm not going to play it just because it has more viewers.
Promote it too. Viewers are like, why are you playing this game? This is a boring game. You're losing viewers. What are you doing? You're so stupid. Like they get mad at you as if like they have stock in the stream. They're right. Like, you're lowering the value of my 6-month sub because your viewer count is lower. What the fuck, man? It's so unhealthy for the platform. And I think that's why you don't see any level of innovation on Twitch at all. Like, except for Kai. I mean, Kai's innovating like crazy. Who started a riot on the fucking stream?
Who's
like,
Kai?
That's a new thing.
Oh, he's cool. The one that was in the news.
Okay. A month ago, he burned down his house almost. Like, he's doing some work. But most other people ain't doing shit. They're not doing anything interesting at all.
But how entertaining would those people be without the audience that they have? That's one thing that drives me nuts. Like, these people only tune in because they're popular. Like the reason that their audience is growing huge is because they interact with a huge audience. And they do things that are crazy to get attention to grow that audience. And it's like, come on. I mean, unless you're crazy all the time, why do you have that reactionary audience?
The reason why is because people don't want to take risks because of the community.
This is why I think Donald Trump is popular, because people subscribe to his Twitter, not because they agree with him or because they like him, but because they want to be aware of the crazy shit that he's doing. because when they like news channels, the reason that they cover Trump so much is because they want to be getting the ratings from showing people the stupid, crazy shit that Trump is saying and doing. It's not because he's worthy of coverage. It's because they want the ratings from covering the shit that he's doing.
Community, it's just, I don't know, and it's not just the community's fault, right? It's the streamers too, but it's just that, like, yeah, the website, it's so reductive. It's so reductive, and it's just that I don't know. I consider it such a big problem. But yeah, I think that's a big problem with Twitch. But yeah, Baldur's Gate, it is what it is. It's lit. Fuck, I think I'll, I would say, if it was like, what would be like the best team? I think that, like, realistically, schedule-wise, probably me, McConnell, Grayson, and Esfand. I feel like that's probably because, like, we're all up late.
And lucky for you, I don't have a pre-programmed team of people that I play all my games with, so I'm going to be looking to build that. So if you want to be on my team of people that I call to for playing games, reach out to me. Let me know in the comments down below if you want to be someone that I contact to see if you're interested in playing a game that I'm playing. Let me know in the comments. I'll reach out to you, send you a message when I'm playing a game, see if you're interested in joining me. Maybe I could do viewer participation video games all the time.
Like, that probably would
that.
be the best team. Yeah, Emeru, you honestly think that Emeru is gonna fit in with me, McConnell, and Grayson making dick jokes the whole time, talking shit, yelling over each other? That is going to be the worst experience of her life. Okay? Yeah, it's not gonna happen. SFed, yeah, and SFed, yeah, there you go. There's too many people, game is long. Well, I don't know if we'd really finish it. We'd probably just play it for a bit and then move on. Like, I wouldn't even play it, like, with the intent to finish it. It's like, let's do a few episodes and we'll see how it goes and go from there, right? I mean, like, I don't want to go and make these, like, commit.
All right, this is getting boring. I don't want to finish watching this. All right, I'm going to take a break, so let's switch over to the break screen, and I'll close this. We'll give that a like. Give you a like, Asmon. I forgot to do that on the last videos. I covered it for you. Just show my appreciation. I'll give you a like. Let's switch over to the break time screen. And pull up the music player. And we're good to go here. I'll mute my mic and I'll be back after the break. Thank you for tuning in. I'll be back soon. All right, we're back from break time. Got my smoke break in, brushed my teeth. Let's turn off the music here and we'll start playing some Oxygen Not Included. Oh, better make sure I turn off the PC audio so I don't get echo when I'm playing the game. There we go. I forgot to do that on episode 1. I had some weird ass echo going on. Where's it? There we go. Get that started up. And mark the time. Let's see, what's our time at? 1 hour, 25 minutes. Let's mark that in the notes for chapters. All right, here we go. Cycle 23. We got our food going. Our first stage food, anyway. Starting to get things cleaned up around the base. We'll need our builder to get to level 3 before we can get rid of this and finish the toilet over here. And we're going over here so we can make the, this will be the area where I sanitize my water sources. You know, so I can get the toilets and sinks and the showers going. Then I can run that water over here, sanitize it, cycle it back over for consumption, food usage, and all that stuff. So it's nice and clean, germ-free. Somebody's got a skill point. Nisbet, farming level 3. Should probably get, let's see, do I have one of those stations where I can convert polluted dirt to regular dirt? Because I do need more regular dirt. I should probably keep track of how much sand I have too. Sand and dirt. Keep track of those things. Yeah, see, I don't have any dirt. Tons and tons and tons, 123 tons of polluted dirt. That's under what, refinement? Yeah, compost. Let's get one of these set up over here somewhere. Plop you down there. Probably end up moving that at some point. And how close are we getting to the hydrogen setup? Got a ways to go there. Quite a ways to go before we have hydrogen power. That's salt water? Shit, now we got brine mixed in with our water and polluted water down here. Is it super cold too? Yeah, super cold. Well, I guess it's not too bad. Looks like we're going to need some more food here too. I don't think these are all growing quite fast enough to cover 9 people in the base. Let's get this going. Ooh, we get another skill point. Bert, research level 3. I don't like that color. We'll stick with orange. So that was the wrong one I marked up. Just out of curiosity, I want to see how much is oxygen not included selling for Steam now. $25 for this game that's much better Has a whole lot more content than Diablo 4. Less than half the price. Less than half the price. Diablo 4. Fucking ridiculous. And they're still adding to this game. Free content. Oh, there is a DLC. I forgot to see how much that is. One DLC that they added to this game. And the DLC price is $5. No, that's the Klei bundle. So if you get the spaced out DLC, that's $13. So 25 plus 13, that's $38. $38. So a little more than half the price of Diablo 4. For a better game with more content. Much more replayability. And they're still adding free content to this game. Still. After years. And we get another skill point. Alright, building level 3. Perfect. And we can get rid of that stupid light bulb. Somebody's getting stressed out. Bonnie, why are you all stressed? Popped eardrums. Why do you have popped eardrums? Oh, you must have been in here. Wait to add that door until later so it doesn't slow him down too. Actually, I can just leave the door open, I guess. Plop a door there. Alright, bathroom complete. And your radiation isn't getting out of control, is it? Seems to be stable. Staying below 100. What do we have in the printer? Nothing I want. Shit, we're out of food again. Made a mess. What the hell? Why? Got toilets right fucking here. Why did you make a mess? You gotta do it right there so the germs go all the way through here. You fucking bastard. Well, thankfully, I can load the autosave that just happened. Because there's absolutely no reason you should have been doing that. Absolutely none. Alright, now where are you at? Right here? Toilet out of order? What the fuck are you talking about? We got 4 toilets right here. Why are they out of order? Oh, because of dirt. Shit. That's why we're out of dirt. Oh, no. Alright, so I'm gonna have to move her somewhere where it's safe to pee. I do not want fucking pee germs in my water sources at this point. I cannot sanitize that shit yet. It's gonna spread like crazy because it's all polluted water. I'm gonna put you... Shit, I don't have anywhere safe to put you either. Crap. Let's move you over here. Probably gonna be the best bet of keeping stuff from going. I'll just keep you over there until you make your mess. Here we go. Now we can mop that shit up. Alright, need to dig up some dirt. Oh man, did we have another one? Shit. 2. Who made that mess? Those germs will never go away. 'Cause it's all polluted water everywhere. Alright, so we need you. Shit, these guys all have fucking full bladders. Alright, so we need to move you. You. You're okay. You have a full bladder. Okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're not okay. Anybody else? Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's somebody else. Where's the last person? 9. There you are. Okay, you both are okay. You're okay. You're okay. And are you okay? 2% should be okay for now. Let's get these guys cleaned up. I'll get this dirt going anyway. That's a 9. Just keep you guys over here. make your messes so we can get this shit mopped up. That's just food poisoning. That's fine in the air. Alright, get those toilets going. Alright, those are no longer out of order. Okay. Now, question is... You're fine. You... maybe not. Yeah. 3 people? Okay, we'll let them go. Just keep an eye on them, make sure they go directly to the bathroom. Oh, shit. Come on, get this mopped up before it leaks. Damn it. Hassan peed himself on the way to the bathroom. Guess we're just gonna have to keep them over there until they all make a mess. Okay, so you go over here. Lock this door. Lock that door. You go over here. It's 2. You should be okay. You go over here. That's 4. You go over here. That's 5 people. You're fine. That's 6. You're fine. That's 7. You're fine. That's 8. And you're fine. That's 9. Okay. And dig priority 9. Get some dirt. Yeah, I failed to realize that toilets depend on dirt. And let's see. Keep an eye on you, because your bladder's at 90. Oh, wait, now it's going up quick. Let's put you up here, too. You'd think there'd be a warning that all my toilets are out of order. But I don't have any available toilets with like a red bar up here, because that's kind of important. We'll just stay there until we get the toilets working. Or until you've made your messes. Alright, has everybody alleviated themselves? You got 1, 67%, 10%, 10%, 2%. Nope, we still got one more that needs to make a mess. Go ahead and make your mess. Actually, we need to let these other guys out, so we'll do this. And we'll just keep you over here. go. This way we can guarantee nobody makes a mess on the way to the bathroom. Because as soon as we get germs in here, they will just continue to grow and grow and grow. Never be able to get rid of that shit. I know you're going to make a mess. So if I was to let you go, you'd make your mess as soon as you get onto this fucking ladder. I know it. We're just going to keep you in there until you make your mess. I'm not sure what we should research next. Metal refinery, I guess. I know you're going to make a mess as soon as I let you out of there. There we go. There it is. Alright, now you can come out. Alright, germs contained. Nice and clean. Perfect. Excuse me. Get that built, and then we can put our bleach stone in there. And this will be our chlorine room where we put all the water. Put some tanks in and keep that water clean. we go. Now we can put our bleach stone in there. Shit, we're running out of food quick. I think almost 20 of these would be enough to keep 10 people going, but nope. Maybe we should get some of this grub fruit growing, huh? We haven't dug out any bleach stone up here yet? Oh, I guess there's only one down here. Yeah, okay. Alright, come on, guys. Get that shit dug out. We need to get these grub fruits growing before we starve to death. Why are you building that shit? This is priority 9. Is it not? Yeah, priority 9. And you're working on this shit down here. What's wrong with you? Because your building priority is higher than your digging priority, I guess. What do these take? Sulfur? Shit. Better sweep that shit up before they get eaten by the bugs. Should have been more than one spot with sulfur. Actually, we'll just put it in a bin. I don't think these guys can eat stuff out of the bins. Pretty sure those little cat things are the only creature that can take stuff out of bins. They put sulfur. There it is. And we'll have to keep track of how much sulfur we have. Ooh, we got a skill point. Farming, I guess. Okay. And we've got our Masterworks decorator. All right. So that means we can set you to be a decorator. Is that all you do is decorating? And tidying. Okay. It's already marked. I missed that. I didn't see the other mark. Gonna need fiber before we can build that stuff, so I guess for now we'll just put these up. Oops. I made those out of the wrong stuff. Oh, we got a skill point. I suppose we could throw up our electric grill over here. Actually, no, we wanted to do it up here, right? Yeah. We'll put our eventual super freeze refrigerator spot here. What are the requirements for a kitchen? Can have a spice grinder and a refrigerator. Actually, let's move these over spots so we can put in these. No, we've got room for artwork above, so we don't need that. And I have not unlocked spice grinders yet. Alright, what do we got in the printer? Nothing great. Let's go with sand. The good one that goes with operating is supplying, right? Yeah, operating and supplying, because that gives you mechatronics engineer. And then suit wearing would be a good triple combo. Supplying, operating, suit wearing is the best triple for operating. Alright, we gotta close this now that we've got some chlorine going in here. Actually, it's not that much. We'll just leave it open for now. Make that higher priority. And get this shit cleaned up. So we don't have to worry about coming in here later. Damn, almost out of food again. Okay, those are close to done. does sleep take? That only takes 4 cycles. That's pretty fast. This shit takes 18 cycles. Just dirt and water. That requires sulfur. These are polluted water. Uh-oh, what are you doing with this polluted water? Oh, shit. It's all full of germs now. Oh well. We got another skill point for Nicola. Let's go ranching 2. update. We're still not keeping up on food production. Okay, so let's make sure they don't eat these. They can get Swampy Delights instead. And spindly grub fruits will be made into roast grub fruit nuts. And I don't have a good recipe for grub fruits yet because these require sucrose and I don't want to waste all the sucrose. And pocket fillets. We don't want to eat the raw fillets, so we could just make these. Alright, I think we're in a good place for me to take a break. So go ahead and take a break. Let's see, before I forget, let's mark the time. What time are we at here? 2 hours and 39 minutes. All right, I'll be back. Thanks for tuning in. See you again soon. All right. Camera's back up. Turn the lights on. There we go. That's such a pretty song. All right. Let's get back to the game. Just as a reminder, if you want your music or ad added to break time, or if you want me to premiere your music on my channel, and I'll add your wherever you sell your music, I'll add a link to that to my video description. If you want to do that, get in touch with me on my about page. Just have to make sure that you own the music and that it's something that I won't get a copyright strike on. These guys get hypothermia way too easy. Why is this empty? Now I guess it's not. It just looks empty. Still got a ways to go before we can get our hydrogen power going. Suppose we could set up a temporary power system here. Because we're going to need some power to get things started. Ooh, we got achievements. Eat any cooked meal, alright. Nothing special. I think those swampy delights make our bog jellies go a little further, yeah? Changes 1800 into 2200. So we're adding 400 calories. Or kcals. Every time we make one of those, that's good. Plus I think it improves the quality. Because that's terrible and that is poor. So it adds 1 quality. Plus 1 morale. I'm surprised there isn't any reed fiber anywhere. Considering this is like a mushy, swampy biome. Yeah, I don't see any reed fiber anywhere. And we don't have any gecko or geckos. Forget the name of those guys. The ones that have the fur that you can use for reed fiber. So where the hell are we going to get reed fiber from? this is going to take a while for you guys to clean this shit out. I've only cleared 3 spots so far. 4, I guess. I love their little faces that they make. They're always so grumpy when they're cleaning shit up, or mopping or cleaning the toilet. Alright, what do we got in the printer? Rust. Or omelets, I suppose we go with omelets. So we don't need another doctor. think we have to hit decor plus 20 before this turns into a great hall, right? Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah, I forgot to add barbecue to our list here. Don't want these guys eating raw meat. Jeez. Considering almost all of them are going to pick shit up from here and take it over there, I think this would get cleared faster. Still only up to 6 cleared spots. What the hell's going on here? Is it coming out of the wall, or is it just jumping up and down because this is coming here? What the fuck? There's some weird shit going on right here. Okay. Yeah, look at those germs multiply. Ooh, did we clear another spot finally? Looks like it. Alright, looks like we're finally keeping up on food production. There's nothing we can make with sleep meat by itself, right? Yeah, I guess these. There's not gonna be much going on until we get this shit done. I want to get this water cleaned up into some containers over here. We're gonna need research of automation stuff so we can automatically switch between tanks. It's gonna be these guys, right? Yeah. Well, I guess we don't need this one. We just need this one. Not gate. And we also need a shut-off valve, which we already have. And we do need the timer. So yeah, I guess we do need the buffer gate. No, we just need the cycle sensor. Or the timer sensor, rather. So we just need those. Why is no research getting done, by the way? Do we not have clean water or something? Oh, yeah, we don't have any clean water. That's why it's not working. Let's clear this area out so we can get that clean water down here. There we go. Now we've got access to clean water. Can continue our research. Surprised this is only the second one you've done of these. What else you've been working on? Is your tidying priority just as high as your decorating? Yeah, that's why. Let's make that one high priority so we can get this upgraded to a Great Hall. It's kind of annoying how until the thing actually exists in your world, it doesn't show on the list. It should just be all the things in the world, or not in your world, but all the things. Because I don't want to have to reopen it and edit the list every time a new thing appears in my world. It's kind of annoying. I just want to set the list as I want it, not have to worry about it again. Okay, this should be a great haul now. Excellent. Get rid of these. Suppose we could work on building our final little fish tank down here. Suppose we could make it that tall. Not. Actually, if we want everything to be 4 levels high, yeah, let's just make it 4 levels high. Alright, next research project. We want automation stuff. And the reason I'm putting the fish tank here is because if I ever get fish from the printer, I'll be able to flop over here and then drop down into the fish tank. Looks like we got well more than enough food production, so we can get rid of some of these. So we don't go through so much sulfur. Let's see, we don't need a rancher. We also don't need another researcher. We do need a supplier, though. So they don't have operating. Plus they can't build, so that's useless. We'll just go with saltwater. Oh, we got a couple skill points. Let's get you up to building level 3. Do we have more than 2 cooks? No, okay, just the 2. Bonnie and Harold. You can go to farming level 2. Let's put our ladder over here. This is slowing these guys down way too much. Doesn't look like we have any more progress in this area. Have we found the teleporters yet? No. That's surprising. Figured we would have come across the teleporters by now. Oh, I guess there's one here, probably. Which means the other one's probably right beneath it. Because they're usually right next to each other, or right above and below each other. Oh yeah, we're gonna want a carbon skimmer down here. And close that off. Are we running out of air? Yeah, kind of. Suppose we should slap down another air generator here. Are these things doing that because of her radiation when she walks by? Does she put out more than 4,600 rads per cycle? It's impossible. Why are they still taking this route? Didn't this slow them down? Let's get rid of these 2 ladders. So we'll take this path instead. It's got to be her radiation that's making that happen, because it follows her. And it happens pretty much every time she runs by, but she doesn't put out that much radiation. And look at this glow stick bio thing. It doesn't say how much radiation it creates. But it can't be more than 1,000 per cycle, because she doesn't get radiation sickness. And they only dump like, what, 100 rads when they use the bathroom? Just over halfway done with this room. Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. This guy really loves being down here in the water. He hasn't left this area since he was born. I hate that when they go and grab food, sit down, eat part of it, and then drop it on the floor to go to the bathroom. I mean, unless they're at like 99% bladder or 90% bladder. I guess she's at 100% for some reason. And rather than picking up the food she already started eating, she goes and grabs another one. Okay, what to research now? Gas masks, I guess. And gas shut off. Atmo sensor? Sure, why not? Oh wait, we want to do this first. I thought that branched over into this. I guess not. gas mask station here. What am I doing? Ooh, we got something in the printer. Ooh, what do we have? Mallow seeds, garbage. Supplying cooking archery. We already have 2 cooks. Doctoring and building. Already have 2 builders. Need a digger. Who specializes in digging. Guess we'll go with sand. Never have too much sand. Because that's how you clean water and get rid of polluted oxygen. Yeah, see, she only dumped 50 rads, and she doesn't have any rad buildup. So that's 50 rads per cycle. And if these guys can tolerate 4,600 rads per cycle, why do they keep turning brown every time she walks by? Doesn't make any sense. That's nowhere near 4,600 rads per cycle. Even if she was dumping 50 rads per cycle into every tile that was within one tile of her. Still wouldn't be anywhere near 4,600 rads. Wouldn't even be 1,000 rads per cycle. But look, as soon as she walks by, these all turn brown. And the reason that the growth is halted is... doesn't say. What the fuck? I don't get it. Illumination. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. So it's not the radiation, it's because she's putting off light? Oh, yeah, look at that. She does put off light. Okay. Now I get it. That doesn't make her disturb the others that are sleeping next to her, does it? Oh, she's a loud sleeper, so I've got her by herself anyway. No need to worry about it then. Okay, we're getting close to 4.5 hours, and I only want to do one more hour for my next break, so I don't get too close to the 6-hour mark. So if I go past the 6-hour mark on my stream, I can't do any edits to the stream for some stupid reason on YouTube. After you hit the 6-hour mark, you can't edit audio or cut any of the video out. And if I get some kind of copyright BS, I want to be able to put that section out of my video, or at least mute the audio for that section. So let me take a break here. I'll save and exit here. I'll take a break, and then we'll be back for our second reaction video. All right, I'll be back soon. Thanks for watching. Oh yeah, let me turn the break screen on. Bring this guy up. And turn the PC audio on. And mute my mic. Alright, I'll be back. Thanks for tuning in. See you soon. Alright, break time over. And 4.5 hours. Should have enough time to do this video. Get my camera turned back on for you guys. And we'll switch over to the video review screen, where my head is bigger. And browser. Okay, should be good to go. Okay, and this one is why people are quitting Diablo 4. I can tell you right away, because it's a fucking boring ass repetitive piece of shit. But let's see what Asmon has to say about it.
Cywo, very big Lost Ark content creator. Everybody knows Cywo, from the Lost Ark community at least. Moved over and started playing Diablo 4. And now you have this.
So here I am, roughly 400 or 500 hours into Diablo 4, and that's about everything I'm gonna give the game, because I don't feel that there's any more excitement for me to be had here. Or
I mean, I better not hear a fucking video about how the game is bad after 500 fucking hours. That's a long time to play a game. Oh my.
I should pause this while I'm typing, because I'm not paying attention, but, I mean, yeah, if you put 500 hours into that game already, holy shit, you're addicted to that garbage. I couldn't even get 100 hours. Game fucking sucks balls. And it really pisses me off that I spent $70 fucking dollars on that piece of shit. I mean, I don't feel quite as bad that I bought Warcraft 3 Remastered, because it wasn't as much, but it's still, I mean, it's on that same fucking level. They put just a tiny little bit of effort into doing basically a fucking Diablo 3 DLC and called it a brand new game. Just like they did with Warcraft 3 Remastered. They put a tiny little bit of effort into doing some graphics and called it a brand new game. Charged people brand new game prices for that piece of shit. And because of those two things, not just Diablo 4 sucking balls, I am never buying another fucking Blizzard game ever again until I know for absolutely sure, or I should say, unless they come out with something fucking awesome, which is highly unlikely. Because they're owned by Activision now, which means they're always going to have that fucking microtransaction bullshit. Alright, sorry, I was typing, updating the description of the video here. I missed one of the timestamps for the chapters, so I'm going to have to go back and find that later after I finish this video. Alright, let's get back to it.
my god, like 500 hours? Yeah, you had a good time.
of fun and
Yeah.
just waiting for a possible brighter future, just being here and doing nothing that's very interesting as a player.
Yeah.
Not really something I want to do. I would like to
I don't think that that's the way ARPGs are designed, really. I think that they're designed to be played and quit and then played again.
preface this video.
Now, see, I don't agree with that, because once I play a game, I usually never go back and play it again, unless I've got nothing else to play. So, I mean, maybe the developers want people to come back and play it again. but like Diablo 3, I played that once when it came out. Played it once when there was the fucking Necromancer expansion, and never played it again. And I don't even know why I was thinking that Diablo 4 would be any better than Diablo 3. In fact, I think Diablo 3 is just as good as, if not slightly better than Diablo 4, just because it has more content in it at this point, because of DLCs and updates and shit.
By saying that these are my thoughts coming from a background of MMORPGs, with Diablo 4 being my
he's
first
doing this
ever
shit.
ARPG.
Like, I'm doing this build too.
I'm not here to reflect the opinion of the ARPG fan base. Most likely, maybe they feel differently
So
than
he's not
I
using
do.
Barber either.
However, today we're gonna talk about my thoughts in Diablo 4 since the beginning, including Season 1, all the way up until today. I had a fantastic time in the game for the first...
Isn't this shit OP as fuck? Like, I fucking hate this shit. I hate this fucking piece of shit ability.
hours when I was brand new, including the betas, and discovering everything about Diablo 4.
Yeah.
The classes, the systems, the ideas, the combat, the mobs, the plants, the NPCs.
I didn't like any of that shit. I mean, you're basically just listing every single little tiny item that the game has in it as though it's content. I mean, all that shit together is one piece of content, in my opinion. You don't have crafting, you don't have base building. All you have is going out and slaughtering the same fucking mobs over and over and over a billion fucking times just to continuously get slightly better stats on your gear. Slowly as fuck over time. So, I don't know. To me, the game is completely fucking lacking in content.
NPCs, the builds, and the Paragon boards. These first 50 hours, I think they've done a fantastic job in Diablo 4.
Absolutely.
50 hours? This game doesn't even have 10 fucking hours of content. Are you kidding me?
I think it's a super appealing game for new players. It's not only very easy to understand, and it's not only very fun to actually...
I played the game for, what, 2 days, 3 days? And by the second day, I was already repeating the same fucking game loop that I'd done multiple times in the first day. The only difference was there were little, like, side quests to do and collectibles to go and gather for the first day. And then after the second day, it was nothing but fucking repeating the same boring-ass game loop with their fucking hell tides, which was basically just open world doing the same shit you do in the dungeons.
Press your buttons and play basically and kill mobs with your low level class. However, when you get to the end, it becomes this gray, murky area of not only boredom but also lack of substance.
Now, see, I don't see how he's saying when you get to the end. Because when you get to the end, you've already repeated the same fucking game loop 1,000+ fucking times a day for multiple days.
Feel for an ARPG. It felt very, very similar to MMORPGs that I've played in the past where there's
No. This game is absolutely fucking nothing like an MMORPG. An MMORPG has quests and factions and multiple classes. You know, this game technically has 4 classes, but it's still the same fucking game loop for every class. And it's a very, very short game loop. Whereas an MMORPG, there's other players that you can interact with. Technically, you can do the same thing in Diablo 4, but the only way you can get a group in Diablo 4 is if you know people that want to join you to do shit. Because otherwise, nobody wants to fucking join you. Nobody wants to join you unless you're doing what they're doing. And how do they know what you're doing? Unless they join you. And by the time they join you, they realize, oh, this person's going off doing shit I don't want to do. What the fuck? I was not able to get one other person to join me when I was playing Diablo 4. Not one. So it is not a fucking MMORPG. Nothing like an MMORPG.
There's only one route.
The only thing it has in common with an MMORPG is the fucking art style being gothic or, you know, like a fantasy realm, like WoW. That's the only thing it has in common with an MMORPG.
The only difference is that these MMORPGs have 20 times more variety in terms of pieces of content.
1,000 times more variety.
That's a really good point that he brings up right there. I fucking agree with that. Is that a lot of the times that, like, with PoE, like, if I get bored of doing one thing, I can do something different in PoE.
There you go. You can do something different. Exactly. You're not stuck in this tiny little repetitive fucking game loop.
And like with WoW, that's the same thing too. It's like you have more different ways to play the game. That's why it's kind of sad that everything is like focused on nightmare dungeons now.
Same class with the same build, at least you know.
And nightmare dungeons are what? More difficult fucking hell tides. with the mini boss at the end.
wash your eyes with 20 different things. In Diablo 4, obviously endgame content is limited to like 2 things, Nightmare Dungeons
Army of
tier
the Dead.
100 or high tiers,
Okay.
and Uber Lilith. And that's all you do. But if you cannot even do that on several different builds and everything else is a pain in the ass and a struggle to avoid getting hit from off screen or to avoid somehow on a very immobile build just because you want to play something else than the one that everyone else is playing.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Then you've got these fucking meta builds that are 1,000 times better than every other build. You should be able to play any build you want and have the very similar capabilities against enemies. And you should never be hit by shit that's off fucking screen, for Christ's sake.
Is just a frustrating experience of making content difficult in that sense. And don't get me wrong, those of you who follow me for a long time, you already know that I absolutely love difficult content. But there is a big difference in between.
I absolutely fucking despise difficult content. Boss fights, fine. Make those difficult. The rest of the game should not be fucking difficult. So I don't play fucking Elden Ring. Getting fucking one-shot by shit. Fuck that.
So he died. He didn't kill the boss then. Because there's no way you would have cut it at that point. Because he just popped his cooldowns.
Difficult because it's difficult,
Mm-hmm.
but the various builds for classes in an RPG work, and the difficult that is in Diablo 4, which is a frustrating difficult unless there's that one thing.
Yeah, I don't know why Blizzard can't figure out how to make design and difficulty without making it fucking annoying. It's like Blizzard's idea of difficulty is
Difficulty on boss fights is fine, but making shit fucking annoying. Here's the difference. You get one shot by multiple things, or you have to memorize an entire fucking fight sequence so you don't get hit that one time and get obliterated. That's fucking annoying as hell. Difficult, you fuck up 3 or 4 times and then you're dead. Sure, fine. Or give the boss some variety in their attacks and stuff that raise the difficulty that way. But making it to where every fucking shot destroys you if you don't dodge it or memorize the fight to do the exact right way every fucking time or the entire time, that's not fun. That's not fun at all.
is like, so there's like, you have to fight this boss, but there's like a JPEG of a cat that appears sometimes on your screen, and it gets in the way of the mechanic. And like each phase, the JPEG of the cat gets bigger.
Yeah.
And yeah, every single and then more
That's
and
their
more
idea
of the
of
sound
difficulty.
effects from the boss become meows throughout the fight, so you can no longer use sound cues. And you just have these giant fucking pictures of cats spawning and meows, and it's like, yeah, see, it's harder, right? So like, fuck, if it's harder, that means it's good.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
That you should absolutely do, and everyone should.
You have to do all the side quests to get your cat goggles, and it makes it to where you can't see cats.
do it until Blizzard decides.
And you have to do that side quest 1 billion fucking times before you can get your fucking cat goggles. Let's not forget that.
Hey, I'm gonna let Saivo do whatever he wants to do because it's time to maybe change that and make it appropriate, or change that build or that skill or that option or whatever. I don't really like that feeling. I just don't. I came to an ARPG to enjoy a variety of builds, to enjoy build making, to enjoy one class with 9 different options to go about it. I didn't come to an ARPG to enjoy the same fucking content, 2 pieces of it on the same build all over again. It's really not that interesting if it's just limited to that. And
I think that's the problem with a lot of the conditional modifiers of Diablo 4, is that the conditional modifiers make it to where they only really work for like 1 or 2 spells, and they're not very translatable. So like if you have like a lot of close damage, for example, that might be good if you're playing a Blood Mist build. But if you're playing a this is for Necromancer, for example, but if you're playing a Bone Spear build, it's going to be the worst, right? Like you have some overalls, right? Like vulnerable crit damage, kind of always good. But many of the other ones, that's not the case.
Speaking of mechanics, there is no mechanics, because
Yeah.
Diablo 4 is not a game that's complex
Yeah.
or that makes your brain think for a very long time.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
closest
It's
I
definitely
got
not
to,
complex in any way.
you know, fail
So, I guess I'm gonna leak this right now. We did the podcast today, Steak and Eggs, with Amaru and Tectone, and we had a guest today.
Okay.
Baby No Money was our guest.
What does this have to do with
And
Diablo
I
4?
made him mad in the first 5 minutes of the episode by bringing up Diablo 4.
Oh, okay.
Because he's a big fan. He loves the games. And it's like everybody that I've talked to has felt the exact same thing.
If you're a fan of Diablo 4, then you're a fan of mind-numbing, repetitive, boring shit.
and trying and
gonna
failing
be
and
out on
trying
Friday.
was in my Lilith fight, which was the best fight in Diablo 4 and the best kind of content. Assuming I didn't do it with the Bone Spear build, because that was a 45-second content, which was not good at all. But when I was trying with a Mendel minion build, or with my Sorg, for example, you do get to those phases where you need to avoid the spike wall somehow, so you need to solve that.
Is this son of a bitch gonna fucking sit here and tell me that he's got it hard whenever he's playing Blood Mist? Meanwhile, me as a fucking whirlwind barbarian, I couldn't even get through phase 1. Am I gonna have to fucking hear this shit?
Well, you picked the wrong meta.
Problem. You need to go in.
You
rounds
don't
without
get to
those
enjoy the
fiery
game as
balls
much if
wouldn't,
you pick a
chase you in
particular
phase 2 and
class.
wouldn't hit you. So
Yeah.
these are like a little bit more interesting and more engaging mechanics. Unfortunately, there's just one place that has them, and you're not really motivated to do it at all, because and now I'm getting into a different problem. A boost to get you through Lilith costs about 2 million gold that you can make in
2 milli to get you through Uber Lilith? Oh, that's such pussy shit. They should only give you the achievement if you do it solo.
literally 2
Oh,
hours,
get the
or
fuck
maybe
outta
an
here.
hour if you're faster. And I have nothing against
Wait a minute, is he saying like a boost is in paying someone else to do it for you or help you get through it? I didn't even realize you could do Uber Lilith as a team.
Come
boosting,
on.
carrying, or the price it has. It's great
it's
for people
fine.
who use the service, get the mount, and be done.
I mean,
with
I didn't even bother
However-
getting to Uber Lilith because the game is so damn fucking boring and repetitive, and it would take days and days of grinding. Fucking grinding. That's what I hate most about fucking Blizzard games, is the obsessive, ridiculous amounts of fucking grinding that they force you to do to get to the end game. The amount of fucking grinding it takes to get the gear that you're looking for is fucking obnoxious, absurd, ridiculous. There's no call for it. If I have to do the same content more than 10 fucking times, then I'm not interested. And if I have to do that same content 10 times a day for a month, that's absolutely asinine. Unless it's good content. But there is no good content here.
However, I
It's
do
just
have a
repetitive
problem
and
with,
mind-numbing.
I think they should make it solo only for the mount. I do. I hate the buying a boost to stuff like this. Like, come on, man. Why?
the disconnection that is happening in between the cheapness and the insignificant value of
I bet he wouldn't feel that way if there was also a solo only, mount. Like if the mount was there fine for groups that could get boosted, but if there was an even better mount or another mount that you could only get solo, I think he wouldn't care.
compared to what the devs have told me in the past it should be. It should be this grandiose fight with a lot of mechanics that really test your skill, and it should be normally a 10 to 15 minute fight.
Wait, what?
But see, even all this shit aside, even if it had all that shit, I don't want to do the fucking 1,000-hour grind to get to that point.
15-minute fight.
It's just not. But
Well, he could have played Whirlwind Barbarian or any Barbarian build. It would have been a 10 to 15-minute fight.
at the same time, it's not only for some classes and only for a couple of
Yeah.
broken builds, as opposed to other classes having access to this as well. So is it everyone supposed to have a broken build, or just some are supposed to be broken and then they're supposed to be fixed and no?
You know, Blizzard would say, Well, there's not supposed to be broken builds. Every build is supposed to work, and every spell is supposed to...
Yeah, and it fucking should. But they only have one meta build for each class. And some classes don't even have a good meta build.
fit together to create the playstyle that you choose.
Not be broken? Is
Yeah.
Super Lily supposed to be easy or hard? I don't understand anymore. Is the new content that comes after Nightmare Dungeons, that's gonna be like the ranked content in Season 3, is that what I'm waiting for? Or
Oh, I really hope that we don't get back to a greater rift situation. I hate that. Like, you just farm higher and... So, with this Quill Rat, this is, level 237 Quill Rat. It does,
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you already have that in the game. I don't know if you've noticed this in your however many hours you've played, but you're already fighting the same fucking monsters over and over and over again with higher and higher levels. That's already happening.
9.6 billion damage per hit, but you have 700 billion damage resistance from Quill Rats. You know, a new affix from Season 5. And so you can go all the way up to level 500 where the Quill Rats will do 3 trillion and they kill you in one hit. I hate infinitely scaling stuff. I think it's
already
so
in the
boring.
game.
Because you never win. You just choose when to give up.
That's already part of the
or
game, buddy.
is current content just broken?
That's
and
what
built
Diablo
upon
3
and they're not
was, that's
supposed
what
to be
Diablo
like that?
4
So
is
if I'm
gonna be.
thinking about playing Diablo
I don't like it
4
about
for a
Mythic
long
Plus either.
time, all of this just adds another layer of confusion over the game. If I'm just thinking about having fun now and not playing tomorrow, then there's no problems in Diablo 4. I do want to praise them for doing the first 50 hours of my time and the first 50 levels, or maybe the first 60 levels, to a very, very addictive and very, very cool degree. I really enjoy.
No. You're giving them way too much credit. The first day of the game was interesting. After that, it was fucking repetitive and mind-numbing.
my time then until you get into the meat and the essence of the game and an ARPG, in my opinion, at which point you start really noticing a lot of problems. Other than that, Season 1...
I'm just going to point this out again. Baldur's Gate 3 is $10 less than Diablo 4. And it has 100 times more content. 100 fucking times more content. On every level.
I did not have high expectations for it, simply because I did watch their podcast when they announced it, and it wasn't really that interesting. It was a very safe take on a season. The only thing that was changing was the fact that now I have some malignant hearts that I can socket on my accessories.
Can't wait to see those get removed in Season 2 for them to restart doing everything else again. And then the new content from Season 1 gets deleted, and now we have just 2 new things, and now...
But wait a minute. Isn't this exactly what they do in World of Warcraft? Every time they come out with a new update that you have to pay, what, $50 for? And then also continue paying their monthly subscription for? They basically just make all the previous gear worthless and then give you a new set of gear that you have to fucking grind for? This is Blizzard's MMO at this point. This is their modus operandi. This is what, not MMO, this is their MO. This is what Blizzard does. They put out new content that makes all the previous content obsolete and make you grind to get that new gear. That's what they do every time in every game they put out now.
There's no longer malignant tunnels. There are cursed mines. And you can get cursed items, and they are like corruption in BFA. It's like you have to... now you don't have to farm renown, but you have to get up your corruption level. How do you get that? Oh, it's from doing side quests. You got to do those now. Oh, no.
And yeah, they just give me some new powers, a couple more legendary powers.
A
and
couple
that's
was
about
right.
It was incredibly thin, and if the
Yeah.
community wouldn't have made such a gigantic mess of a big deal in terms of buffing, nerfing, and whatever they changed to achieve their later
what?
down the road goal, which later on they changed, then the season 1 would have been even worse. And because of
True.
that, and also
Well,
because
yeah,
of the
that's true.
fact that
True.
just a couple of hours
I thought he was going to say because of the community, they concentrated too much on that and not enough on other stuff. Just like they didn't have any other stuff. They don't. They aren't going to release any other stuff. The game content is going to always be what it is now. With, I seriously doubt they'll ever even come out with more boss fights. Maybe next year they'll come out with like 1 or 2 more boss fights.
before the season 1 started, they changed the malignant hearts to also give armor, because so far they didn't. So they themselves
Like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe, yeah, just throw that in there real quick.
in the studio came up with the idea of having these malignant hearts, but someone clearly forgot that as part of their grand ambition for Diablo 4, which is later down the road somewhere, they've removed the armor that people were socketing on their accessories, and they also nerfed the resistances and the armor in game a couple of days before the season. These are little things that maybe don't matter to anyone, but they do matter to me, because they give me an insight on what's in the dev's mind.
Well, yeah, it's like this is what to expect.
Which is
Exactly.
basically
Yeah,
nothing.
it's mining canary, right?
And what is behind the scenes when they make some of the changes. Not only they nerfed everything without balancing out with some buffs in other departments. That was a different story, another big problem. But at the same time, they had to hotfix armor on the malignant hearts because they just simply forgot about it. At least in my eyes, they just didn't think that it's important. I'm 100% convinced that Diablo 4 is going to be such a nice game in about 6 to 7 months from now. Maybe
Fucking
with
6
the
to 7 years, maybe.
People say that about New World, and they're still waiting on that to happen 18 months later.
And New World's never going to get good.
Or what, 2 years later, maybe. I don't even know.
See, I don't understand how you thought, Asmon. How the hell did you think that New World was good in the first place? It was fucking garbage. The graphics are shitty. The gameplay is fucking pretty shitty. And I didn't even play the fucking game, and I know I don't like it.
Oh. So, like, people say that, but, like, I don't think that, like, if they have... The thing is, like, if Diablo 4 has the strategy of adding in content, then taking it out after the season is over, there's no reason for the game to be better in a year than it is now. Because it's just the new iteration of bullshit.
Of season 3, that's going to be the time when the game is really going to shine, and I hope and I think that is going
That's
to
fucking delusional
regain
thinking.
some of the audience that it has lost right now. Of course, there's been a lot of positives happening to Diablo 4 as well in the,
Like
in the
what?
apparent sea of problems. But even with these changes, they don't necessarily affect my own problems with the game or my lack of excitement or incentive to push on for some specific goals that I had. The game, in my opinion, is still a game that's in beta, and these changes that they're
In beta? What are you talking about? All it is a fucking Diablo 3 clone. It's literally just a fucking Diablo 3 clone with less content than Diablo 3 has in it.
making, the buffs, the reverts, the changes to nightmare dungeons, the changes to hell tide, the quality of life, the bag, the this, the that. These are all great changes, but they are beta changes.
Yeah.
The game needs some life behind it before it actually is going to shine and be captivating and competitive for what I expected of an ARPG.
Yeah, it's
I
not-
thank
it's
you
not
so
a
much
beta.
for watching this video. I'm very
It's just a
interested
fucking
in
clone of their
seeing or
previous
reading
game.
Yeah,
what-
I think a lot of people are going to go and they're not... I don't think a lot of people are going to come back and play Season 2. Unless, like, massive,
I'm not even gonna
drastic
play
changes
Season
are
1.
made. I think a lot of people stuck around for Season 1 just to see what was going to happen.
I
but
didn't.
I don't know if it's really going to happen with Season 2. I think people, if they've seen what there is to offer, I don't know, man.
your
If I could get a
experiences are
refund
with
for the
Diablo
game, I'd
4.
get a
If you
refund
wanna
for the
share
game
in the
because I have
comments
no
below,
faith that
maybe
it's
you
going to
had a
improve.
different experience, or maybe you were able to fix some of these issues that I've had and felt as a player by doing something that I didn't come to. Let me know in the comments, and until my next video, I thank you so much for watching, and I'm gonna see you really soon. Take care.
Man, imagine like you leave Lost Ark because the developers don't know what the fuck they're doing, and it seems like they have no connection with the player base, and you're like, well, at least Diablo 4's out now. I can go try that instead. I'll go play that instead. Thank God a new game came out. This is again a Cywo video. He does a lot of Lost Ark content, stuff like that, and so I'm excited to see what he does now, because he stopped playing Diablo 4. He kind of took a break from Lost Ark. What is it now, right? Maybe he's going to try PoE. I mean, I think that could be the natural progression. You know, it's like a slow detox from like
why are you not mentioning Baldur's Gate? Because frankly, that's going to be a better game. It's better than any. Well, considering the fact that you don't have to pay a monthly fee, that's what makes it better than World of Warcraft. But it's in my opinion, Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't even played it yet, and I already know it's a better game than World of Warcraft, Diablo 4, and what else does Blizzard have? Their fucking fast-paced shooter games where you die and respawn, and I can't fucking stand. I haven't been able to stand games like that since the fucking third Call of Duty came out. Last time I enjoyed a game like that was Titanfall. Titanfall 2, because it had some variety to it with the mechs, and it wasn't fucking just spawn, shoot at somebody, die, repeat. Spawn, shoot at somebody, die, repeat. I mean, how the fuck do people tolerate that style of game? I don't get it. It drives me nuts. Especially when there's server lag, where you get killed by shit that you didn't even see coming. You get shot when you're already behind a wall because of the server lag didn't see you behind the wall yet, so you get shot by bullets that are hitting you that shouldn't even be fucking hitting you. It's the same reason I don't like BattleBit Remastered, and everybody else is like, well, BattleBit's so much better because it doesn't have loot boxes. And are you fucking kidding me? It's still the same garbage game. It just doesn't have the extra garbage. I don't get it. All right, let's see. What else do you have to say?
Korean pay-to-win games. It's like first you go from like Lost Ark to Diablo, and then you go from Diablo to PoE. So like maybe it's just, yeah, it's a staggered detox. He would love PoE. I don't know. There's a lot. Like PoE is, it's an acquired taste. I think a lot of people might think it's a complex, hard game to understand. It is. Like, you got to know a lot about it. You playing Baldur's Gate 3? Good for him. No one's starting PoE for the first time with PoE 2 on the horizon. You just wait. That's not true. I think a lot of people are starting PoE. Like, look at, like, for example, the most recent League.
Isn't PoE a game that's been out for fucking years at this point? Am I wrong about that? I thought it was an older game.
What was it called? Fucking Crucible. It had the highest concurrent player count ever for PoE on Steam. So, like, I think so. I definitely think that more people are going to come back and play. I never played PoE. I was so impressed by them lately. Totally feeling like I'm going to give them a chance. Just please, like, if you're going to start playing PoE, that would be my advice. Like, yeah, I hope Cywo tries out PoE. I hope you follow a build guide. I know that you might want to do it yourself and go.
That's another thing I hate about games lately. Unless you go to Google and you Google what's the meta, you don't stand a chance. Or you're so fucking limited on what you can do. This was one of the major problems with World of Warcraft. Unless you followed the meta builds, you're so far behind everybody else that's following the meta that you can't get into a guild, for Christ's sake. Like, you have to be doing the meta. And if you're not doing the meta, then you're not good enough. Like, they can't balance the fucking stats to where other builds do as good or almost as good as the meta build. You have to do just the meta and that's it, period. You're limiting player choices so much when you have one build that outperforms every other build by that much. And you shouldn't have that in the game. It just shouldn't be possible. Like, I would understand if you pick the worst fucking attributes. Like, if you're picking attributes that give you bonuses to things that your character can't even do with what you have built, then sure, that should limit you on what you're doing. But if you have one build that outperforms the optimized other builds, the best choices you can make for other builds, and you have one build that outperforms them by miles, and that's the only build that people are willing to play anymore, then you're ruining your fucking character building. You're not giving the players choices and options on what they can do with their builds. And that's one of the major problems with Diablo 4. You have these meta builds that just outperform all the other builds by fucking miles. Asinine.
Go in blind. I get it. You want to do it, do it. But I think that you should follow a build guide. You should follow a build guide, see what they say to do.
I think you shouldn't have to follow a build guide. You should be able to just read the stats, look at the bonuses, and determine just off of what you're reading what that shit is capable of. And it should be on par with other builds. Period. If that's not the case, then their builds suck. The gear sucks, the design of the character builds suck, and you're not doing it right. If I can't just go in and read the descriptions and determine without going to somebody who's analyzed all the stats and the numbers and spreadsheets and shit to determine what the meta build is, if I have to do that shit, then the builds are not designed properly.
And then deviate where you feel like, oh, let's try something different. And I think that's the best way to learn. It's better to learn with a bit of training wheels and then taking them off every once in a while and learning why they were there to begin with.
I would understand that if you're just completely oblivious as to how builds work. But if you just, if you're not able to read the information on the gear, read the information on your character build sheets, whatever bonus stats and shit that they have, if you can't read those and put them together yourself, if you have to go to a fucking guide to get something that can outperform what you can just do off of reading that shit by a mile, then that's shit design.
Does that make sense? And then that's whenever you learn like what actually works. Because like for me, the way I learn what to do, how to do something right, is by doing it wrong. I learn by fucking up.
All right, well, that was a quick end to that video. All right, well, thank you very much for watching. I'm going to end this episode here because we're getting close to the 6-hour mark. I appreciate you all for tuning in. I'm probably going to take a couple hours here to do my own personal life stuff, and then I'll be back with another episode after that. We'll do another 4 to 5 hours. All right. See you soon.